Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia. Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, We are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Whether you're in ring 1 or ring 2 will be marshalled in the same position. So if we could please have classes 21 and 22, if they could commence marshalling out in front of the Ernest Bain stands. Teachers, if you do have scratchings or there are movements, can you please mark it off on the whiteboard, which again is in that marshalling area, so that we are aware of any movements. If there is any errors that you haven't notified us of, can you please make sure that you do that as well at the moment? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now commenced judging in Class 21 and Class 22. While that is being judged, I just have some announcements today. Stock Live is supporting the ECA by bringing 2024 ECA Beef Week cattle events live to screens across the country. Every ring, every breed, every day. The action begins today, obviously, with our lead steer paraders competition through to the jam-packed stud judging that's scheduled on Friday and Saturday of this week. If you are interested, you can tune in live at stocklive.com.au. In addition, AgForce will be in the main ring during Beef Week judging with activities for the kids, including badge making, careers, information, and much more. So feel free to drop by them. In terms of food outlets that are open today, the Woolworths Steak Bar is open underneath Machinery Hill in the same location they have been previously. It's open early mornings every day during Beef Week. Also, we have the Somerville House Marquee, which is open from midday until 4 p.m. today. They are supporting the lead steer competition and have a special giveaway for you. So head over for a chat and grab yourself a bottle of water and a drawstring bag. Finally, thanks go to our major sponsors of ECA Beef Week this year, which is AAM, JBS and Suncorp Bank. Also supported by AgForce, Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, Elders, Nutrien, Santos and Somerville House. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now welcome our overjudge on ring number 1, Miss Julie Sheen, who's going to pass some comments for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we've got an absolutely beautiful day here at the ECA for 2024. And it is an absolute honour and privilege to be asked to be an overjudge in any realm of ECA 2024 and any other year. And I take this on board as a very big privilege, and I thank everyone involved in ECA and also my stewards here today for their assistance. Thank you to everyone that's gone to the trouble of supporting these young people in AG to attend ECA. It's a very important role that you're playing, and don't ever think that it's gone unnoticed. The work behind enabling us to have young people involved in ECA is huge, and on behalf of those people in the ag industry, we thank you very much for your support of young people in ag. So moving into our class today, I would like to comment overall on this group of young people. Thank you so much to all of you for making the effort. It is a huge commitment to have animals at ECA, and for you to take the time and the energy and the passion to keep your animals well fed, presented and looked after. We were always brought up that you must have your animals fed and looked after first, and I think that's a very admirable and important life skill, and it goes on to stick with you through so many aspects of your life. So congratulations to you all for stepping in this ring today. I wanted to comment initially on the row that we have in the back. I did this for a couple of reasons. I wanted you guys to step back and have a look and to see what you could do to potentially bring you forward in the row. I never lost sight of you in the sense of giving you opportunity to come further forward in my rankings. So some tips for you in the back row is just making sure that you are still having some eye contact with the judge, but not at the expense of losing control of your animal or knowing what your animal's doing. Ensuring you've got control of your animal, and simple things like making sure you're leaving enough room between yourself and the person in front of you. Ensuring that you've got nice control of your leads, that you don't have your nose rings or your nose leads on your nose rings too tight, and just being aware of the space around you and your animal's really important, but a job well done. To the young lass that actually had trouble with her heifer on the first round, I'm so proud, very proud, and everyone else should be very proud of you, and more importantly, you should be very proud of yourself that you were able to compose yourself and get your heifer around. That was a really great job. To the young people we have in the row here in front of me, you all did a very good job. The things that I'm looking for when I'm pulling the young ones out into heats is, yes, keep an eye on your judge where they are, but it's all about control of your animal, making sure they're not too close to seedings, making sure that you are leaving those spaces in front of you, making sure that you have the control of your leads, that your animal is getting around quietly. They're not all going to be push button. They're not all going to be super quiet. So I wanted to make special comment of this young lady here in the front with the steer. This steer came in, and she may not even be aware of how electric he was when he stepped in the ring. And she remained so calm, and she got him around without any fuss, and you can just see he's sticking to her like glue. So as you guys are getting older, the older people that are coming into this ring, this is a really good one, so I hope you're listening, because I'm pretty much giving you all of my little pros and cons here of what you need to do. If you have a look at this steer, his ears are going. He is not settled, he is not calm, he is listening to every word I'm saying, and that is an important thing for you to learn to read your cattle in these rings, because this is a very different place for cattle to be. So if you can keep your animals calm by talking to them, by you keeping calm, by taking deep breaths, it will make a big difference to you. It's not all about the flash and the shiny. It's about getting these cattle around the ring in the first instance. So great job to this girl. You've done a really top job in getting him around. To the 4 that I've selected to go into the final out of this heat, a couple of things I wanted to note. Eye contact was probably more consistent at times. I don't say that, no such thing as perfect, but I don't say that they were with me the whole time that I would have liked them to have been. And, they're young. They've got plenty of room to learn. Some things I did want to comment about is, standing your animals up, listening to the steward or judge's instructions, keeping the eye on the judge. They're all neatly presented. They're all doing well. Sometimes animals don't want to play the game, but it's keeping calm, making sure that you've got control. The fellow here with the bull that's down the road, not second position, but just in line in second there. I was just impressed that he came in. The bull's, a bit doughy. He didn't want to walk, but he got him around. He kept his eye on me. I really love the hands on this young man. He's got really good control of his leads. And that's what impressed me about him. The lass in first talked to her animal. That was one of the things that really impressed me about her. She kept her animal. These kids are all in the learning phase, so I'm not going to be overly critical, and I'm hoping that I can give a few little tips that can help them. So her talking to her animal was a really great thing. The young fellow with the speckle, he was on the ball from the moment he stepped in the ring. He caught my eye the moment he stepped in the ring. So if I want to employ someone, I want someone to have some presence in the ring that's going to catch my eye, that he looks like he wants it. And that impressed me. The girl down in the end of this line, again, I saw her keeping calm with her animal. She impressed me by that she followed my instructions. When I sent her away, she was looking back at me and watching what was happening. So all in all, a really great job, guys, and well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move straight across over to ring number 2. So I'll take this time to introduce our overjudge, Mr. Angus Haynes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 ECA. The paraders that we got in the intermediates here today, there were some very talented paraders. Everyone did a really good job. There was a few that just a little bit better than, that just caught my eye a bit more than the rest. Very cool, calm and collective. The young girl, we got the speckle. She's a very cool, calm and collective parader. She kept that animal's head high. She had a beautiful, nice halter. The young lady we got with the Charolais, she was on the ball all the time. She just kept her eye on me. She had her feet was good, like good position of her feet. And I just liked the way that she always kept her animal cool and calm, and she kept it scratched. The fellow we got, the young limo steer, he's another good, young, cool, calm and collective parader. I like the way that he kept his steer showing well. He was just a very nice, good parader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angus. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to heat number 2, both in classes 21 and 22. Ladies and gentlemen, there is only 2 heats in class 21, so this will be the final before we move on to the judging of the winners of Class 21. So I'd ask that Heat 2 for Class 21, if you could please come across the front and into the ring. And if Heat 2 in Class 22, if you could please be prepared to marshal at the back. Ladies and gentlemen and exhibitors, I would just ask, when we do get through to our judges talking on each class, if you are in the next heat, so if you're in heat number 3, for example, in class 22, if you could commence marshalling at the back so that the transition is as quick as possible.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.
Just a reminder, if the winners of all those that were shortlisted in Class 21 in the first heat, if you could please head round to the marshalling area as well, given that this is the final Paradis competition in Class 21. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our two judges that we have here today. In ring number 1, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Miss Julie Sheehan. Julie Sheehan's journey in showing cattle began at the Brisbane R&A at age 13, initially with lead steers and later with her family's stud cattle from Manumba district near Nanango. Together with her husband Jason, they run the successful Kraken Brangus stud and JJ fitting service in Dalma, focusing on Bosindicus and Bos Taurus cattle for sale and show preparation. Julie, a life member of the R&A and former Queensland runner-up Miss Showgirl, recently achieved Grand Champion Brangus Female in 2022. They are dedicated to mentoring youth in all aspects of showing, preserving traditions within the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our overjudge for ring number 1, Miss Julie Sheehan. In ring number 2 today, I'd like to welcome Mr. Angus Haynes. Angus Haynes from Linvale has extensive experience in cattle farming, particularly in managing a Charolais stud and commercial cattle. He has excelled in showing and judging cattle in Queensland, winning accolades such as the State Prime Judges at ECA in 2022 and being recognised as the most successful competitor in paraders and judging in 2018-19. His passion lies in inspiring younger generations to participate actively in junior competitions, aiming to be a positive role model for aspiring cattle enthusiasts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Angus Haynes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to some comments in Class 21, the 11 to 13 years of age. Before I pass across to our judge, Miss Julie Sheehan, I will just ask those that were pulled through to that top row in the first heat, if you could please be marshalled at the back and ready to go. We will move shortly through to the judging of the finals. So I'll pass across to our overjudge.
Thank you once again. And once again, we have a great lineup of really passionate young people out here in the ring. I always sometimes have really strange analogies, I suppose, but when I see some young people in the, doing ag or out here in the show ring, whether it's right or wrong, my husband's, very capable, obviously, and has trained a lot of pups and things like that, and somehow we get these analogies in our communication around comparing young people to, training animals sometimes, and I always have a look at, how capable these young people are, and then you'll think you've got, a standout, or you've just got, them going along fine, and then they'll have a little young pup moment, and they'll just sort of go off somewhere, and you go, oh, I wish I could have just called you back in and you're on point there for a moment, and then you saw something shiny and away you went again. So, but I just have to say a great group of young kids really trying. And for me, we're not all superstars at everything we do, but, we've seen plenty of kids with a lot of talent that haven't got the passion, but plenty of kids that try their heart out that will excel because they're willing to work hard and learn and put in the effort. And I think that really stood out for me in this class. So, again, these top aren't in any order, but I will start in our back row. So what was really impressive, I've got some really great kids down here that have got some good control over their leads. Sometimes they were, sometimes they weren't. Probably, again, just keeping on point with your judges and your steward. Listening to instructions is really important when you're in the show ring. They're animals, so they're not always going to be perfect and do what you want them to do, but just trying to follow instructions. Look at where you are, not bunching up on other people, giving yourself space is probably some really important things to focus on. Also, too, coming from a pretty strong indicus background, not being too hard on the noses of animals as far as it's there for an emergency break, but if you start pulling on a nose ring as your way of leading, particularly and this is only my experience and my opinion, everyone's allowed, their own, but from my experience, if you want to continually pull on a nose ring with anything with yak in it, you're probably going to end up on the worst end of the stick. So we use it as an emergency brake, and I'm all for having some, weight on it. But if you start pulling animals by the nose ring, it's not going to end well generally. It's there as an emergency, and you'll generally get a little bit more with sugar than vinegar kind of deal. But a great thing also too, being mindful of not putting your canes on the ground as you're walking along, things like that. We want to keep our canes up off the ground. And just in general too, when I'm walking along the front and you move to the front of your animal so that I can see the side, we don't want you to move any further past your animal than down the middle of their head. So if you're leading from this side, we don't want you to completely turn around on the other side of the animal because you've got no control whatsoever. So keeping that in mind as well. The guys up here that we've got in this second row, I just wanted to really mention the littlest fella in our group. He did a great job. He was, trying his heart out. He was present. He always caught my eye. He just seemed to be, with the whole program every time. Again, it's just an experience thing. There was a few things that, he's just not up there with the more experienced kids, but he'll definitely get there. To the girls also in this row, top job. Again, it's just those little things of more practice, more experience, getting to know your animal and reading your animal. To the guys we've got up here in the front, again, it was, 1 minute, there'd be in my mind, in my point system that I use, someone would be up here and then I'd turn around and then they'd be back here. So it's just one of those things that experience comes with. I did want to comment on the hands on this young fellow. I would like to see him a little bit lighter on the nose at times, but I understand his bulls, you know, he's a pretty quiet fellow and he's taking a bit of encouraging to get around. I like that he has the want. He's not giving up. He's still there trying to get his animals squarely. I haven't gone too overboard in these classes about squaring up animals because, as you've seen, number one is we want to get these kids around the ring and have the experience. And again, as we move down, eye contact was great. Good hands on these young people. I will comment, and as I said, I'm giving away all the tips, so I hope the older ones come in and really blow me away with their skill. The thing with the leads, it's very trendy in America at the moment to hold a lead like this, and I don't know how you describe it. Just be aware that you've still got full control. If I can walk up and take leads out of your hand with 2 fingers, to me that's not hanging on. So as long as you've got full control and you've got your fingers around that nose lead and you can hang on, that's fine, but I want to make sure you do. So just be aware of that because, yeah, I want control of your animal first and foremost. But all in all, and the young fellow there at the end, again, presence in the ring, keeping his eye on me, getting that animal around, and just did a great overall job. But thank you.
Thank you very much. We will, just before we do the speaking on ring number 2, we will bring the finalists back through for ring number 1. There was just one missing, Harper Gould. If you could please head to the marshalling area very quickly. Harper Gould.
Also, too, just as a thing about leaving the ring, and it might just be my old school etiquette, I don't know, but generally speaking, if we have a row up the front, they leave the ring first, and then the second row will follow on, and then the back row will follow on to that. Having said that, we have personally been in rings where you've got a lot of cattle coming in and out. If you ask the judge, may you leave because of whatever reason, that's okay, but just don't bolt out the back like the show's over, okay? It's really respectful to wait for those ribbon winners to leave first. At some shows you will be asked to leave because they might need presentation photos or things like that. That's fine, but just don't bolt out the back of the ring before you have some sort of instruction or you've asked permission. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a final call for Harper Gould. You are required in ring number 1 if you can head to the marshalling area immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, while the final is going on in ring number 1, we'll move across to ring number 2. Welcome our Overjudge Angus for comments on this.
Another beautiful class of paraders. Just the young fellow with the limo heifer in the back there, a very talented parader. Just a few things when he stands him up, I just like him to scratch his beast first before he touches his feet. And the young fellow we got the limo steer, very talented parader. I like the way he holds his leads. He's real cool, calm and collective. He scratches his beast before he stands him up. and that's why he's pulled up in the front line here today. The heifer young lady with another limo steer in the middle, a very nice parader, holds her leads very well, very cool, calm, collective, stands the beast right, scratches him before she stood him up. And another parader, another with the black limo steer, she's really fighting to be in the top line. Sometimes she just wasn't quite looking at me all the time, but she just always, as her beast, paraded really well. And that's why she's in the top line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the marshalling area, I would call on heat number 3 for class 22, those aged 14 and 15 years of age. So that's heat 3 for class 22. If you could please be prepared to enter the ring. I would also ask that those in class 23, heat number 1, if you could be prepared to enter the ring. So that's those aged 16 to 18. You will enter once we have finished judging the first class 21. Ladies and gentlemen, just while this judging is going on, just a quick note on our sponsors here during Beef Week. So Stock Live is proud to be supporting Eka by bringing 2024 Eka Beef Week cattle events live to screens across the country. So that is every ring, every breed, every day. Obviously commencing today with our paraders and goes through to the stud judging schedule on Friday and Saturday. If you are interested and not on ground later in the week, you can tune in to stocklive.com.au. In addition, we have AgForce in the main ring during Beef Week judging with activities for the kids, badge making, careers information and more. Make sure you drop in and see those. If you're looking for a feed today, we've got Woolworths Steak Bar on Machinery Hill, which is open. It's in the same location as every other year. It's open early every morning during Beef Week, starting today. You can also pop into the Somerville House Marquee from midday until 4 p.m. today. They're supporting the Lead Steer competition and have a special giveaway for you. And finally, just a thanks to our major Beef Week sponsors, AAM, JBS, Suncorp Bank. Thanks to all our supporters, which also include AgForce, Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, Elders, Nutrien, Santos and Somerville House. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge has made her decision in class number 21, school parader 11 years to 13 years. And today we have in first place Fletcher Skillington representing Scott's PGC. In second place we have Sam Stenzel representing Scott's PGC. And in third place we have Dusty Dull from Toogoolawah State High School. They are receiving the association sash today, which is being presented by Miss Bella Hanson, the Queensland Country Life 2023 Showgirl Competition Champion. There's just some photos being taken, but once they are complete, I will ask our judge for comments on the judging of this final.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think firstly a great round of applause for these kids, but also the support crews behind these kids. It truly is a group effort. Now, you know, there'll be some of you that think I've got it all wrong, and that's super cool. I don't mind. I always say when you're in the centre of the ring, you'll see different things. When you're on the outside of the ring, you'll see different things. And that's how the chips fall today. And with young people, you know, we're going around the ring and I think 1 minute we've got this person, you know, in this position, and then you'll turn around and they'll do something different to what I asked, and you go, oh, gee whiz, really? Did you have to do that? You were, you know, sitting here, and all of these kinds of things. So sometimes it's really hard as a spectator to, I suppose, be aware or understand of all the intrinsic I'll get the word out in a minute, all the detail that goes on within the ring with these kids. So following instructions is really important, and these kids have done an amazing job today. But that's one thing that they probably all could work on is just, you know, if we ask you to go and stand beside one, you do that. You don't go around a different area. And there's been a couple of kids there that would have definitely been further up the list today if they had have just followed some instructions. So not being negative, it's just feedback for you to make sure that you're listening to your stewards or your judges. Also too, there was a young fellow that, you know, it was going so well and then really overstretched his animal when he stood him up and things like that. So there's all those little things that all during the whole class, you know, placings are going like this in my mind as things are progressing. So feedback generally overall, you know, even from your first classes, I could see improvement, which is fantastic, guys. Like, credit to you all. This young fellow that I've put up in first place, yes, he's got a nice quiet bull that's going around, and that always has a bit of a catch-22 effect. They can be quiet, that they don't want to move and then don't show off the skills. But what impressed me about him was a couple of things in particular, was that even though this bull, he couldn't see me a lot of the time, this young fellow I felt improved during the class. So when he walked in to when we finished up here, he got better and better and better, and he kept trying to find me. He was peeking over the back of that bull. He was trying to find me all the time. I love the hands on this young fellow. He's not heavy-handed. When his bull was walking, he was giving him a loose chain without jiggling it and annoying him all the time. He was talking to his bull. He knew where I was. He followed instructions. He looked back at me when he walked away. He was the most consistent in the class that I felt, and just had, it's hard to explain, but those that know, he's just got a lovely, lovely hands and a softness about him on his animal. So if you'd like to lead off, please, buddy. Well done. The young fellow that we've got in second position, he impressed me in the heats. I really thought there for a while he may have been my number one, and not taking anything away from you. There's just little things to work on for me today. I would have liked a little bit more control at times, but he had, good, and it's all learning like what we're doing today. So you'll get more of these ribbons and you'll know which way to go out next time. It'll be fine. But he had his eyes on me the whole time. He was talking to his animal. He had good hands on his leads. Some things potentially that you could work on is just making sure you're getting space between yourself and other competitors and standing your bull up maybe a little bit quicker. But he moved when I needed him to show off his animal. So great job. This young fellow in third, really impressed when he came in. He He looked at me a lot, like kept his eyes on me, followed instructions, just got a little bit wayward occasionally with some instructions. His animal didn't want to always walk, which that's the joys of it. He didn't look back when we were walking along in a couple of situations. But again, he did a great job. The young fellow here that we've got in fourth, again, lovely control on the leads. I'd like to probably see a bit more pressure release sometimes when he's leading, and just giving to that animal when she does want to walk, that chain's not on full pressure. He was keeping an eye on me, really well. Couple of instructions he probably missed a little bit, but all in all, a great job. The young fellow here with the soft roan steer, again, he was sort of, going like this through the ranks at times, but again, he was keeping his eye on me. I would like to see him take a little bit of less pressure off the nose ring at times, but he was trying to stand him up and get around. He could probably clean up a little bit of swapping from leads to stand-up sticks and that kind of thing, but he did a really great job. This young girl here, I really thought you were going to be further up, but again, you did a great job. I personally would like to see a little bit more of a fair income hold on those leads at times, because we've got to remember, even if these young people have quiet animals, it's not always their animal that's going to be the one that's spooked. So having control of the animal is important, because it mightn't be yours that gets a fright. It could be someone else's that bumps into you. But she did a great job. She really kept her eye on me also, and did an overall really, she's just having a bit of trouble with him now, but just a really good rounded job, and she'll go on to do great things. This lovely young girl here with this heifer here, again, I was very impressed with the way she's got a lovely short chain. She didn't have her hand down on the chain. She was watching me. She did a really great job. Unfortunately, just with our instruction of, going around, she sort of missed the spot on that a little bit. But she's talking to her animal. She's always got her eyes on me. She's leaving the ring and she hasn't dropped the ball, which I think is really important. That's something we really focus on. You're still showing till you get that animal back to the rail or back to the shed. The young fellow that we've got here with the speckle, again, he was right up there for me at times. Just watch when you're actually standing your animal up that you're not overstretching it. Just sort of try and give yourself a bit of space that you can actually see how your animal's looking, and even practice it at home, that, get someone else to take it off you and stand back and see where it's at to give you a bit different perspective. And the young girl that we've got here with the beautiful tangerine ribbon, you did really well with your steer. It wasn't playing the game all that well, but you kept your cool and you got him around and you did a lot of right things. Good hands on your leads and just practice. But thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the first of Class 23, 16 to 18 years of age. If you could please have Heat 1 into the ring. As soon as they are in the ring, we will move back to ring number 2 for comments. So Class 23, those aged 16 to 18, if you could please enter the ring. Heat number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, move back to ring number 2. I will ask our overjudge in a moment to pass comments on this class. While we do that, if heat number 4 could please be ready to enter the ring in for ring number 2.
Another very competitive class that we got of young paraders here. The young girl with the speckle, she was really fighting there in the end. That's why we pulled her up. She had a good handle on her leathers. The way she standed up, she scratched her beast. She kept him calm. That's why we pulled her into the front line. The young lady with the Hereford, another very, very talented parader. She was fighting there the whole time. She kept her beast real cool and calm and always had it presented very well. And the young fellow with the limo steer, he was very cool, calm and collective, always had that steer standing right. He kept his left foot forward and had a good stance on him, and that's why they're being pulled up into the front line. Thank you.
Just while these animals are exiting the ring in ring number 1, for class 22, I would ask that those in heat number 4, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. So those in heat number 4, if you're ready to enter the ring as soon as ring number 2 has been cleared. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge has made her decision in the first at Class 1 in Heat 1 in Class 23. So before I pass over for comments, I will just ask that those that are in Heat number 2, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. And I'll now pass over to our overjudge, Miss Julie Sheehan, for comments on the class.
Thanks so much. And again, we have a tremendous lineup of young people. But what I really want to comment about at the moment is some feedback for everyone. And as I said, I'm giving you all the tips and tricks for everyone that's listening. So if we have a look at our back lineup here, you guys have done a great job getting your animals presented and prepared out here. I just want to give some feedback on a couple of things. So obviously the young fellow there with I think it's steer, I can't really see from here, he gave him a fair bit of grief. He did keep him in the ring and he did all of those things, but there was obviously some challenges there with him, but he did well. But as for you, for the young ones having a look, I'd really like you to have a look at this animal. The tail's going, the ears are going, like he's not happy, okay? And this is a really important thing, is to learn to read your cattle. And then you have to modify how you treat that animal. So you might see my husband, Jason, or I, we might have an animal in the ring and we might be not doing much to it at all, because it might be the difference of staying in the ring or not staying in the ring. So in a paraders competition, it is a little bit different. You are there to stand your animal up and do all of those things. But I think it's just an important learning opportunity to recognise that if you see a mentor that sometimes is in the ring not doing the parader comp style stuff, there could be a very good reason for that. And it could be that that animal needs to just stay in the ring and be calm. And it may mean that you're better off to breathe, that you're better off not to touch it with a cane, that you're better off to stand there and talk to it. So it's just learning about that with your cattle and learning about cattle in general, to be able to read them and acknowledge when it's time to push the barrow that bit further, and does it really matter if that foot is 2 millimetres out of not being square, or is it more important that you get that animal around a ring? And I know in paraders, like I said, you have to do that, but I'm just giving some feedback of being mindful when you're showing cattle. It's a big picture. So number 1 is control and getting that animal around the ring safely. So moving through this, I think it's really important. You guys, even though I pulled you out first, doesn't mean necessarily that you're out. I want to reiterate this. I want you to bring me and show me something to make me bring you forward. Bring me your A game. Show me that you're worthy of being in that lane. If I've got a Brangus of our stud that I've given you and you're helping us for the day, and the judge is leaving you in the back ring, I don't want you to lean on your cane, and I don't want you to drop the bundle, and I don't want you to just be out there like it's Sunday, Brown's cows. I want you to show my animal off. Because at the end of the day, we're showing for people around the ring. Yes, there's one judge in the middle of the ring making the call on the day on who gets the ribbon, but I could have 6 potential bull buyers or heifer buyers around the outside of the ring. And I want you to show that animal off to the best of the ability. The paraders competition today may be about you, but parading is actually about your animal, and it's showing that animal off. So I want to make sure that you take home that the show's not over just because you don't get a ribbon. You keep parading that animal. You keep showing that animal off. It's all about the animal, okay? We need you to be the parader, and we need you to be good at it, but we need you to fight till the end, for want of a better term, okay? So don't give up. I've put plenty of people out in my first run over the years and brought them forward. I've put some of my front people in the back line to see how they'd react, to see if they'd drop the bundle and toss Teddy and throw the towel in, or whether they would fight to be back in the front line. So don't ever give up and think that you're out, okay? To these guys up here, again, there's so many things some things I want to comment on. There's a young lass here that did a great job with the Santa heifer. Make sure that chains aren't too long. Okay, chains too long, you can't hold onto them properly. Make sure that your halters are fitting properly, because when you start pulling on them and they're nearly off the edge of the nose of the animal, things are going to get pretty real if that comes off. Okay, so just double checking those sorts of things. I haven't needed to get into the detail of, who's got the cleanest halter. I don't sort of probably as long as your gear's clean and it's presentable and it is done correctly, there's a lot of other things around controlling the animal and parading the animal that we can focus on. Again, following instruction, you guys are definitely getting there with that. But length of chains, not pulling on animals' noses to lead them off. These are some of my main sort of things. To the guys that I've pulled out for the finals, we've got 6 heats in this, so I can't take too many forward with me. Every time I looked around, they were on the ball. When I was looking, we had nice hands on leads. We had good control, and they were out there doing the job. So all in all, a really, really good lineup of young ones, and thank you again.
Would you like to lead off, please?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to Heat 2 of Class 23. We apparently just missing one nominee, Caitlin McIntyre. If you could please make yourselves known to one of the stewards in the marshalling area. As soon as ring number 1 is clear, we will call on Heat number 2. So if you could please make yourself available. Ladies and gentlemen, there's some decisions in ring number 2, class 22, 14 to 15 years of age. I think this is heat number 4 from memory, so I'll pass across to our judge for some comments on this class.
Very another strong class of young handlers. The young fellow with the Murray Grey steer in the back there, he's very, very good parader. He walked his animal out well. He always had it up square. Just little thing, just maybe a little bit less on the nose and just keep that left foot forwards and you'd be up in the front line. The young lady with the Brahman bull, another very talented parader. She was up in my front line, but when I asked her to come out and walk around and pull him back in, she went away from him instead of across his nose when she turned round. But another very good parader. The 3 young ladies we got up on, they were pulled up in the top today. The young lady on the end there, very good parader. She had a lot of presence about her. She caught my eye when she walked in the ring, always smiling, always showing her steer off to the best of her ability. The young lady with the Speckle Park heifer, another very good parader, very cool, calm and collective. Always standing that beast up square. She scratched him before she stood him up. And the young lady with the limo steer, a very talented parader. She caught my eye as soon as she walked in the ring, always had him up square, always standing him up, scratching him, keeping him looking good, always catching me eye. That's why they're up on top. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to heat number 5 in class 22. So we'll ask that they enter the ring when they're ready. While we are getting closer on ring number 1, for those in class 23, I'd also ask if heat number 3, if you could be prepared to enter the ring when requested. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in heat number 1, I'll now pass across to our overjudge for some comments.
Thank you. As we move up into these older age groups, I'm aware that age doesn't necessarily equal experience, particularly with the school-aged young people. And so I'm very aware of trying to ensure that I'm giving the correct feedback and enough time, given that we may have, still plenty of new people to the ring. So again, a round of applause for this great class. So just to touch base on our backline, guys, again, if you're listening, I'm sort of probably saying a few of the same things, but don't go past the front of your animal when you're moving across. You must stay on the near side of your animal that you're leading from, and don't overcompensate by going too far around. When you're coming in, I want you to have some presence in the ring, to be alert, to be watching what I'm doing, to catch my eye when you come in the ring. Things like, as you're coming in the ring, just being there when everyone else is coming in, that kind of thing. As I mentioned before, just because you're in the back line doesn't mean you're my back line necessarily. So I really want to see change. I'm giving everyone the opportunity to improve through the class, to enable them to move further up in my placings in my mind. Some things, again, to be aware of is too long a chains, halters that fit. To me, that's sort of, fairly important, because if you've got a chain that's slippery, it's a lot harder to hold. I have a few personal views about leather halters, which probably wouldn't go down in a lot of circles. Leather leads rather. Unfortunately, and in paraders, it's fine. It's what we do with leather halters. But sometimes I see so many young people at agricultural shows with fresh cattle, and they want to put leather leads on cattle, and then they're losing them. If you've got it's going to be a challenge, because what I think as a judge is different to the next judge. But I wouldn't mind if you came in here with beautiful white clean cotton rope halters, because trust me, a lot of the time they're a lot easier to hold a beast with. So, but you've got to make up that mind of what you want to do and where you do it. But obviously at the RNA you've got your leather leads and hopefully animals that are respectful to that as well. But when you are at agricultural shows, don't be afraid to use some nice clean white cotton leads or black cotton leads that you can use if you feel more confident and safer using them. Moving up to our front row, we're splitting hairs here with a lot of these young people, just not standing up their animals quite, as quickly, or not, following the instruction quite as we've asked, or not looking back when they're moving off, or just having their control of their leads. As we're going through these age groups, we are definitely seeing a lot of improvement. I'll just comment quickly because we do have a lot of heats to get through. This young fellow on top really impressed me. He actually spotted me from when he was coming in, and he had his eye on me the whole time. There's always things that I'd like to see a little bit change. I would like to see, and I'm very anti pulling on nose rings, but I'd like to see a little bit of weight on your lead so that you've got some control of this bull if he did get a fright. At the moment, your nose lead's probably too long for my liking in a ring. I'd like you to shorten that up a little bit, because at the moment, you've got a foot before he's even going to sort of feel it if he gets a fright. But everything else, he listened to instructions. He was watching what I was doing. He stood his bull up quickly. He's got good hands. The bull's getting a bit sick. I'd like to see you do a bit more pressure release when he is walking for you. Give him a little bit of release on that, relief off that chain, and just have a little bit more weight in that nose ring for control. And this girl here is a prime example of what I'm saying to you all. Don't give up. I want you to show your animal till the end. I was only going to take 2 out of this heat, but she impressed me because even though I just put 2 and pretty much walked away, I turned around and she was still showing. She has got lovely soft hands. She's talking to her animal. None of us have, there's no one that's ticked all my boxes, but her desire to win and her want, and she did not give up, is what got her into the spot she is in today. To the young lady here with the Santa ball, really impressed me with her hands and the control of the animal. He laid down that I only saw part of it out of the corner of one eye. She's kept it cool. She's displayed him well. She's profiled him. She's walked him around. She's on the job with him. So good job to everyone, and thank you.
Thank you very much. In ring number 1, we will move on to Class 23, School Parader 16 to 18 years, heat number 3. So would call for them to be ready to enter the ring as soon as we do have it cleared with our current round of paraders. Just in ring number 1 for class 23, I would ask that class 4, or heat 4, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring shortly. And I will pass across to our judge for comments on this class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going through the heats, originally the plan was to take 2 from each heat, which makes it a little bit challenging when you get into these heats where clearly we've got some really capable young people coming through. And I'm always very aware of the fact that, you know, when you're doing heats, that sometimes you do have stronger heats, and it's really frustrating at times, you know, when you get to the end and you've missed potentially really great kids. So we've made a bit of an executive decision, and so we're just hoping that I don't pick out too many and end up with a big ring full, but I'll have to deal with that, so we'll be fine. But again, just to a moment of speaking to those guys down the back, again, you're doing a great job. There's a lot of potential I see in you. As we're moving through, I'm seeing a lot better control of animals. There's just those little things again of, you know, your placement with your animals, and your presence in the ring when you're coming in, just being on the ball, having control of your animal, just getting around, leaving space, all of those things. The guys in the second row here, particularly a couple of you, you know, it's just little things when you're initially coming in the ring and just getting with what's happening. But again, you know, you're all well presented. Just be aware of some of those chain lengths and, you know, and holding your leads. I want to see some really good control on leads. And then moving into our heat, these guys ready to go into the finals. I was very impressed with their presence in the ring, their eye contact without being smiling at me constantly, that they're oblivious to what their animal's doing. It's probably one of my little pet things of, it's great to have contact and eye contact with your judge, but not at the expense of not knowing or feeling what your animal's doing. And I just felt that these guys had that balance pretty good most of the time. So without going into each individual person, just good hands, you know, good length of chains, I think, on pretty much all of them, keeping eye contact without being over the top, standing their animals up correctly, just being aware if you're going to stand your animal in a profile, that the profile should always be that for example, that if you're on the near side and I'm on the inside, that near side back leg should be back, not the other way around. So if you are going to profile, just be aware of that. And obviously some of these animals have been around the ring quite a few times, so I'm being mindful of not, you know, making them walk forever and redo and reinvent the wheel. But just a top lineup of young people. Well done.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in class 23, if we could please have heat number 4 ready to enter the ring, and also in class 22, if we could please have heat number 6, which will be the final in that, the final group of kids. So if you haven't gone through in class 22, 14 to 15 years, make sure you're in the next one, which is heat number 6. And for class 23, if we could please have heat number 4, if you could please enter the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll pass over in ring number 2 to our overjudge for comments on heat number 5.
Another very difficult lineup of kids, a very talented lineup. The young lady that in the second line there of the limo steer, she did very well. She kept catching my eye. She just wanted to relax on the nose lead a little bit when she's parading. The kids I got up in the front line here today. The young girl with the Brahman steer, he was a very difficult steer, but she kept fighting. She didn't when I was making my final decision. She didn't give up. She just kept going and kept standing that steer up, kept wheeling him around and presenting him to the best of her ability. The young lady we got with the limo steer, a very, very beautiful steer. You know, she had him presented there the whole time, had him catch him eye. Every time she'd come in, every time she was leading around, she always caught my eye. Just a little thing, she just wanted to put her left foot forwards, just have a little bit more of a stance in case that steer did pull back. The young fellow we got, the short horn steer, he was very cool, calm and collective. He had that steer standing up correctly all the time. He kept it scratching when I'd asked him to pull forward. He scratched his steer first, make sure he's calm, and just a very, very good lineup of kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angus. We will move on to the final the final heat in Class 22, those aged 14 to 15 years of age. So I would just call all remaining exhibitors in that heat, or all remaining exhibitors in that class, if you have not paraded in front of the judge, this will be your final time to do so. So if you could please be in the marshalling area and ready to enter to parade before the judge, that would be excellent. I would also ask that those who have been pulled forward into that front line in the heats of Class 22, once Class 6 is in the ring, if you could please come to the marshalling area to be prepared to enter the ring for the judging of the final there. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick note again on our sponsors that we've got here today. So a big thank you obviously to Stock Live, who are supporting us here at the Ekka by bringing the 2024 Ekka Beef Week cattle events live to screens across the country. So every ring, every breed, every day. Obviously kicking off today, they're already here filming the Lead Steer Paraders competition. They'll be through to the judging schedule that starts on Friday and goes into Saturday before the champions. So if you're not going to be here later in the week, you can tune in live at stocklive.com.au. We also have AgForce here in the main ring today during Beef Week, and they've got activities for the kids, including badge making, careers, information and more, so make sure you drop by and see them. Special call out as well, the Woolworths Steak Bar is now open underneath Machinery Hill. They're open early every morning during Beef Week. We also have the Somerville House Marquee, which is open from midday until 4 p.m. today. They're big sponsors here of the lead steer competition and have a special giveaway, so feel free to drop in and see them. And again, just a thanks to our major Eka Beef Week sponsors, AAM, JBS and Suncorp Bank, and also to our supporters, AgForce, Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, Elders, Nutrien and Santos and Somerville House. Thank you. young paraders, just for Class 22 school paraders 14 to 15 years. I would just ask that those in heat number 5, if you could please be prepared to enter the ring. If you could please be in the marshalling areas. Just a reminder for those in Class 23, if you have been pulled forward to that first row, if you could also head to the marshalling areas shortly, as once we have finished off this final heat, we will move to the judging of the finals in that. Ring number 1. I'll just pass across to our overjudge for comments on heat number 4.
Thank you again, and well done to this group of young people and what they've done in presenting their animals and coming out. A couple of things I want to touch on in this, and as I said before, those on the outside of the ring will make their own judgments and will see different things to me and vice versa. And we're in the realm of trying to not only judge a class but provide feedback and teach in this space. So a few things, we don't have, no such thing as perfect. None of us are perfect and our animals aren't perfect. So, there's times through this class where I've had in my mind, as I've mentioned in previous, where there'd be a young person in a certain spot in my mind, and then I'd turn around and see something that didn't sort of align with where I'm at with showing cattle, and that would sort of slip them down. And so you're doing this up and down through the whole class. So what I've actually done is we swapped it around a little bit, and very mindful of the fact that a lot of these cattle are getting tired. So I'm trying to make sure that I give everyone a fair go, but also be very mindful that these cattle have been around multiple times. They're likely to go around again, and I'm trying not to reinvent the wheel and make them go round and round and round. So I believe I'm still giving them all their fair share of time and observing them, but I'm just trying to be basically helping the kids out and not making it so onerous of trying to drag cattle around that are getting tired. With that in mind, all of you have done a great job in getting them around. Some have wanted to lay down, some don't want to move, and all that kind of thing. A few things I just want to touch on overall. I've said it in numerous ones before. One of my pet hates is people dragging on nose rings to get cattle to move. And, it mightn't worry some people, but as I said, with a mainly Bos Indicus sort of space of where we play at, I really don't want to see people pulling on nose rings first, as their first pull or to get to the animal to move. So for me, that's a big thing. Again, if we had fresh breakers and it was a little country show, I don't mind if you've got big long ropes and they end up on the ground at some point that you're hanging on to something. But we are in the RNA, and so making sure that your leads are a decent length so that you've got good control, that you've got your hand around them, that they're not dragging. Those sorts of things are very important. So to all of you, again, just if you can just take on some feedback. And as I said, I'm not the almighty knowing of everything. Find your mentors, find people that you admire, that you watch in the show ring, and pick up things from each of them and do what works for you. What works for me doesn't necessarily work for someone that's 6'6" and a lot stronger. So you've just got to find what works for you, get the basics and work on that from there, and be open to feedback and be open to asking questions. There are so many capable people in this industry that are more than happy to help you. Just reach out to them. So getting back to the two that I've pulled out today, I was just really impressed by this young fellow when he came out, just on the prize, on the ball, good hands, and all of that going around. Every time I turned around, he was sort of trying to stand up. Did he stand it up every time I looked at him? No. But, the steer at one stage was a little bit, unsettled, and he got him around and went around quite well. He was keeping his eye on his animal and me also. the girl that we've got here, again, from the moment she walked in the ring, she took my eye. She was on her game. Good hands, nice short chain, getting him around and doing the job. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do now move on to heat number 5 in ring number 1. So I would call heat number 5, if you could commence coming into the ring very shortly. We're just waiting for the final animals to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to once again welcome our judges today into the ring. In ring number 1, I'd just like to welcome Miss Julie Sheehan. Julie's journey in showing cattle began at the Brisbane RNA at the age of 13, initially with lead steers and later with her family stud cattle from Menamba district near Nanango. Together with her husband Jason, they run the successful Kraken Brangus stud and JJ fitting service in Dalma, focusing on Boss Indicus and Boss Taurus cattle for sale and show preparation. Julie is a life member of the RNA and former Queensland runner-up Miss Showgirl, recently achieving the Grand Champion Brangus Female in 2022. They are dedicated to mentoring youth in all aspects of showing, preserving traditions in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Julie Sheehan. In ring number 2 today, we have Mr. Angus Haynes. Angus is from Linville and has extensive experience in cattle farming, particularly in managing a Charolais stud and commercial cattle. He's excelled in showing and judging in Queensland, winning accolades such as the State Prime Young Judges at Ekka in 2022 and being recognised as the most successful competitor in Paraders and Young Judges in 2018-19. His passion lies in inspiring younger generations to participate actively in junior competitions, aiming to be a positive role model for aspiring cattle enthusiasts. Please welcome Angus to ring number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we are of course in the midst of our Nutrient Ag Solutions Paraders competition. It looks as though I'm about to pass over to Angus for some comments on his class, but thank you once again to Nutrient Ag Solutions for their sponsorship of Paraders.
Very another strong lineup of handlers. The young fella down in the second line, the Santa Bull, he's done a very good job. He's come out here, he's paraded the bull to the best of his ability. He stood him up square. Just a few, like when he was standing there, you just watch him, he just kept putting that left foot up in the air, just not having his proper stance a couple of times when he was standing that bull up. The young fellow at the Hereford heifer in the front line here, he's done a very, 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 very good job. The way he stood it up, every time that he wouldn't just use his cane, he was using his halter to stand her up, so not putting heaps of pressure on the foot, using his halter, a very soft handler, and just kept her eye on me the whole time. The young lady with the second Hereford heifer done a really good job, always fighting, kept trying, standing it up to the best of her ability, gave it plenty of space and showed her off. The young lady with the short-horn heifer done a very good job. She was always standing it up correctly, had a good stance, showing it off to the best of her ability. And that's why they're in the front line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the final heat in Class 22 of the Nutrient Ag Solutions Young Paraders competition for those aged 14 and 15 years. We are now going to move on to the judging of the final in class number 22. So I would ask all competitors who made it to the front line if you could be prepared to enter the ring for judging. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1, the judge has made her decision, and I'll pass over to her for comments on heat number 5.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting into more of these heats in these older age group that we've got, again, I'm aware that there's more experience and it's not relative to age, but by the same token, you know, we're looking at control and those sorts of things. So again, realistically, I found in this class we were splitting hairs in most of the kids. It's very hard for me in this class to really identify really clear standouts on a few things. I'd have someone that I thought was, you know, doing this really well, and then I'd turn around and find that, you know, they were let down in a certain area, whether that be standing up their animal squarely or profiling it the opposite way to what it should have been or things like that. So I sort of, when I'm judging, look at, well, you know, sort of what's the lesser of the two evils. We can teach people how to stand up cattle, and we can teach people how to profile. I can't teach them that, and I don't know what you call it, but just that, you know, the ability, we can teach them to hold their leads and all that kind of thing, but the want to be in this ring, the want to win, the desire, the keenness, the ability to talk to their animals. I think I only heard 2 people in this whole class, you know, talk to their animals. I love the hands on these 2 guys at the front. They're soft. If anyone comes into a ring, and I'm sorry, but this is one of my quirks, and I'm not going to apologise for it. If I see someone with their hand flat open holding leads, you're not going to get up in my class. To me, that's just doesn't sit right with me. I don't think that you should have your hand wide open to have leads sitting across it. To me, you've got to be hanging on, and maybe that's coming from not being a very big, robust person, but I want to hold on with all my might to everything I've got. So, yeah, holding leads open's not a thing for me. And again, you know, you could go to a judge next week and they like that, but that's my style. Really impressed with that they spoke to their animals. They stood them up when I was looking at them pretty much most of the time. I love that their chains were short. They weren't lugging on their noses, anything like that. So it's pretty simple for me, really, when I'm looking at it. They were engaged. They were keeping their eye on me when I instructed them. They did what they were asked. They looked back at me, and they had great contact. Leading on, the rest of the guys can head out. I think they're going to head from that end. Again, it's really the little things and doing it consistently. So some of you started off so well, some of you finished so well, but it's just getting that consistency of, you know, keeping doing what you're doing well. And it's pretty much just splitting hairs with a lot of you guys. So don't be disheartened if you didn't get into the finals. To be here is such a great experience for you all, and it's such an amazing experience for your animals and for your schools and for your studs. Don't be ever disheartened about this. You could go to a show next week and the placings could be completely different, and that could be based on judges' opinion. It could be based on how your animal's going. So just be sure that you keep doing what you're doing, ask for help where you need it, and just keep practicing. But overall, a really solid class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to the final judging heat number 6 in class number 23. If they could please enter the ring. So those in heat number 6, class 23. If you could please enter the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, for your reference, currently in ring number 2 is the final for class 22, those aged 14 and 15 years of age in the Nutrient Ag Solutions Young Paraders competition. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that if you are in that 16 to 18 age group and you have not presented before the judge, this is your final opportunity to do so, and you should currently be in the ring. So if you were wanting to be a parader today, you should have already been in the ring in front of the judge. I would now ask also, given this is our final heat, that those who have been pulled forward, if you could begin marshalling across to my right as well, please. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, if all of those have been pulled forward to the front row in class 23, if you could please be out marshalling. For your reference, this is the final class in ring number 1, and we're judging the finals in ring number 2 of class 22 of the Nutrient Ag Solutions Young Paraders, those aged 14 and 15 years of age. So if we could, though, please have any of those paraders that were pulled forward to the front row in class 23, if you could please begin marshalling. Ladies and gentlemen, I will pass across to our judge in ring number 1 for comments on this class.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Another, sometimes you get a class and the jewels keep coming out. Like as we work through just a few things, there's the kids, the cream really comes to the top in some instance. And what I think is the cream of the crop mightn't be something else, somebody else's, but these boys impressed me from the moment they walked in. They were on the ball. They've got really good hands. They've got a presence in the ring. They have an element of confidence without being cocky. I think you'll all agree, when they stand out the front here, it makes me want to look at their cattle. So they're neat, they're tidy. They haven't got excessively long chains. All their gears, right, they're just... They've got it happening. Yes, did they have them stood up correctly every time? No. Could they have potentially put a bit of space in between them at times? Yes. But, that's all learning, and we all know animals aren't playing the best, after they've been out time and time again. So I just wanted to really, highly commend these two young fellows out the front. As I work my way down, again, you're splitting hairs with some of this stuff, and I've only got a limited amount of space in my final that I've got to work with. I really wanted to mention the girl with the red heifer. She's been out here a few times, and you did a really good job with her. Really good job. So I wanted to commend you on that. The Santa heifer out the front, she wasn't all that easy to get along with at times, and I commend you on that. I actually wanted to say, and I hope he's still around, there was a really tall young fella in the last heat with I think it was an Angus out the back, and he did a great job too. But as we're going through, just being mindful, like the overextension of your cattle when you're lining them up, be mindful of that you're not overstretching them. I'm really pleased to see a lot more control and holding your leads. The guys that are in this back row, you did a great job too. It's just practice, getting those leads right, standing your cattle up when we're stopping, and not giving up, and just following instructions and all of that kind of thing. So just when you're coming into the ring, making sure you've got, you're ready, you've got your leads in your hand well, that if we stop in a ring, we changed it up a little bit this time, being aware of not making these cattle do too much walking, but standing up your cattle, squarely or in a profile if they're on the outside, things like that. And I'm not going to put you down if it's not a profile, or it's, as long as it's square or profile in this space, I'm happy for either. But just getting that kind of thing together. And just, politeness in the ring. You know, if you're asked to do something, don't spit teddy and get drop the bottom lip, because it won't do you much good. It always never pays off in the end. But thank you, a really solid class again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do move on now to the judging of the finals in Class 23 of the Nutrient Ag Solutions Young Paraders competition. So I would call all members who had been pulled forward to that front row, if they could please come into the ring. Just like to also acknowledge representative from Nutrient Ag Solutions, Mr. Terry Ryan, who's in the ring as well, for their continued support of the Young Paraders competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge has made her decision in judging Class 23, the Nutrient Ag Solutions School Parader competition for those aged 16 to 18. And today the winner goes to Marcus White, representing Scots All Saints. Ladies and gentlemen, they do receive the association sash today, which is being presented by Mr. Terry Ryan, also of Nutrient Ag Solutions, who once again we thank for their continued sponsorship of the Young Paraders competition. In second position today, we have Caitlin Barber, who's representing Proston State School. In third position today, we have Ben Carey, representing Scots PGC. In fourth position today, we have Georgia Mulcahy, representing Scots PGC. In fifth position today, we have Eliza McNamara, representing Holy Trinity School. And in sixth position today, we have Mackenzie Taylor, once again representing Scots PGC College. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our top six. If you'd like to congratulate them in the Nutrient Ag Solutions School Parader 16 to 18 years. There are also 3 highly commendeds who also receive the association sash, once again being presented. Sorry, there's 5 highly commendeds, which is being presented by Mr. Terry Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, I will ask our judge for comments on the final class.
Thank you again, and congratulations to all of those finalists. It really is a credit to you, and I don't say that lightly. I was really pleased when you all came out. We actually thought for a moment we had too many, and as I looked at the animals and the faces, I thought, no, we had the right young people in the circle. But what I want to reiterate is I was really pleased about the consistency of the quality of you all when you came out, and that made my job so much harder, because when you're going through all of those classes and those heats, you know, sometimes you'll have a stronger heat than others, and you're sort of thinking all the time that you don't want to snooker yourself to putting out, you know, too many in one heat and not enough in the other heat and things like that. So I was really pleased when I got you all together to see the calibre of just how good you were when I put you all together. In saying that, however, it made my job so much more difficult, because of being able to bring you all out into this ring then made my job at that point in time something that I had to really look at in a time fashion to go, right, we really have to sort this out. And by still giving you all your 5 minutes in here, or, you know, 20 minutes or whatever we're working to, but still to get it sorted and to give those that I thought were going to be in the ribbons plenty of time also. I'll start on the back line as I have done today. Please do not be disheartened. Bear in mind that some of you guys down there were my top 2 in other heats. There is nothing that I would say you did majorly wrong, so don't ever think that. The things that I want you to take on board is I actually spoke to many of you and over the microphone and said, here's a few of the things that, you know, basically are my pet not to do things. And unfortunately, between the back row and the second row, as I walked around, there was overstretched cattle, and a few other things that I said about was, whatever you do in my class, do not stand there with your hands wide open. And I went around, and I must admit, I bush-gated you as soon as I saw that, because I had been so clear, do not stand there with your hand wide open with a lead sitting on it. If I'd have just given your animal a bit of a fright, your reaction time is so much slower to close it than actually if you've actually got hold of your leads. Okay, so that was the one thing that I thought I've told you guys this, you know. So that was, you know, for those on the outside, they might be going, oh, you know, this young person did such a great job. Why did she put that person not up in the ribbons? And these are some of the reasons why, especially when I've, you know, explained, you know, some of my things. But always keep your hands on those leads. It's really important. Control of leads is a really big thing for me. You've all got neat gear. You know, that's, to me, I'm not going to flip buckles and things like that. You're all on the job with that kind of thing at this level. But I was really impressed with some of those guys down the back talking to their animals, not lugging on them all the time, having a nice loose chain and giving that pressure release. As we moved up, there really was tin tacks, but it's, just that consistency is what I found is really what got these guys into the top. So did they do everything exactly how I would have liked every time? No. But when I kept looking, did they have their hands closed on their lead? Yes. Were they standing up their animals more frequently? Yes. Were they watching me more consistently and not to the, detriment of knowing what the animal was doing? Yes. Did they have a presence? Were they in sync with their animal and knowing what was happening? Yes. And so I'd like to comment now individually. The young fellow that we have on top, he really impressed me with his presence in the ring. Beautiful hands on his leads, control without heaviness and harshness. He talked to his animal, he let his animal out. Were there things that he didn't get 100% right? Yes, sure there was. But I look at it a lot of the time, would I hand my animals to the people in this top row? And that's pretty much how, at the end of the day, I go, if I'm in a bind and I need someone to lead something in mine, who am I going to give it to? And that's the black and white of it. So if, in previous classes I'm asking them to listen to me and tell them what I want done with my animal, and if they won't listen to me, well, they're not much good to me because I know my animal. So those sort of things. The girl here in second, she's a bit of a quiet achiever, but congratulations. You did a great job, young fellow. The girl that I've put in second, very quiet achiever. She's the consistency queen of this whole class. Every time I turned around, she was looking at me. When she led away, she was looking at me. She has a smaller animal, which sometimes they can get lost in classes of bigger animals, but I couldn't fault her. She was just consistent, solid all the way, and I congratulate her for that. Good job. The gentleman in third here, again, he was one of my standouts in previous heats. Great hands. I'd like to probably see maybe a bit of a shorter chain sometimes, but, he knew his animal. He spoke, he was talking to it. He was calm, cool, didn't get, at times some of these cattle didn't want to go, and I was really impressed that none of the young people, got savage with them and got cranky. They kept their calm, and that was great. The young lady here with the Santa ball, really impressive. She caught my eye as soon as she came in the ring. Again, I can't really pick on her for anything. It was just the matter of consistency, and when I've looked around at times, she mightn't have had him standing up quite square, or maybe, jammed onto someone else a little bit more, but she did an epic job with him, got him around, very cool and calm, and a really great job. Well done. The young lass here with this heifer, another one of the misconsistency of just quietly just doing the job, like no fuss, no, getting wound up, just poked him along. And yes, the animal's, been really good for her, but I loved her hands on her leads. I loved the way she carried herself around, her gear's great, but she kept her eye on me. She did everything that I asked, and just an overall just solid performance right through. The young lass that I've put up here, her animal at times was a little bit sassy and whatnot, but again, just I loved the way that she had a presence in the ring and that she was really on the ball when I asked her to do things, and just was really consistent in that space every time. I couldn't sort of falter on anything, but overall, look, a tremendous lineup of young people, and congratulations also to the parents and the schools. Without you guys, these kids would not be here, and we all know how much time, work and money goes into this, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, just the highly commendeds that were in that heat. If you wanted to put your hands together for Nick Hilton, Jemima Foran, Maya Flanagan, Georgia Lynch, Mark Jones. Your winners there of Class 23 School Paraders 16 to 18 years, sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the announcement in Class 22 school paraders 14 to 15 years. Once again, they are receiving the association sash, which today is being presented by Mr. Terry Ryan from Nutrient Ag Solutions. And ladies and gentlemen, if you could please put your hands together for the winner, Emma Carter from Scone Grammar School. In second place today, we have Grace Muller from Scott's PGC College. In third place today, we have Sophia Rose from St. John's College in Dubbo. In fourth place today, we have Rihanna McIntyre from Gympie High. In fifth place today, we have Macaulay Green from Glen Innes High School. And in sixth place today, we have Charlie Pennell from Scott's PGC. There will also be three highly commendeds, which we will announce after the judges' comments. But I will ask our judge for comments on Class 22, school paraders 14 to 15 years.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The finalists that we had in the intermediates here, a very strong lineup. What I was looking for in these paraders here today is a parader that's going to show their animal off to the best of its ability. One that's going to lead it around, hold its head up, keep it square, not saw it in half. Animal that's going to use its halter when it's standing it up, not just use its show cane and push their feet. And just a parader with that real presence. And the one that I'll put up on top today, in first, she had it all. This young lady, she always had an animal looking square, always had its ears forwards, looking the best, had its head up. This young lady, when I asked her to come forward, she'd scratch her beast before she'd stand it up. She always had a good stance on her and just that presence. That's what got her up in first today. The young lady I put in second today, another very good handler. Wow, when she first came in the heat, she was looking a little bit sour. But as we come into the final, she really stepped it up and stood her beast up and really fought and just took that extra step back and really showed that beast off. The young lady we got in second today, she always had that beast looking beautiful. That halter, she held the leads really well. Just when she stood it up, I just feel like she kept her feet a bit close together. She didn't really have that stance in case that steer did decide to go, but another very nice handler. The young lady we got in fourth, a very good handler. She always had it up square. She kept fighting. She didn't give up. Just like the way that she holds her leads, and that's what's put her up in fourth here today. The young fellow we got in fifth, I thought he was going to be my winner, but when I asked him to pull his beast down and lead it around, he went out away from his beast and didn't go across its nose. But I really very admire this parader for the way that he uses his leads when he stands his beast. He just doesn't use his show cane. That's what put him up in fifth today. This young lady with the Hereford heifer, she really was fighting the whole time. She didn't give up. She always had that beast looking really nice. She just the same. She just probably didn't have that presence as the guys above her, but another very good handler. The three we got down in the bottom there, don't feel disheartened. You guys did really well. Just didn't have the presence of the fellas up here on top today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the judging of the Champion School Parader and Reserve Champion School Parader, again sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask if we could please have both the first and second place getters from Class 21 School Paraders 11 to 13 years, Class 22 School Paraders 14 to 15 years, and Class 23 School Paraders 16 to 18. If they could please parade before the judges. Ladies.
Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities. Taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, at Acme Australia.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the judging of the champion and reserve champion
Taking the time.
school parader. Once again, sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, you do have the two judges in the ring for your reference, who will be conferring for the final decision on this class. Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have made their decision in the judging of the Nutrient Ag Solutions school lead steer, champion school lead steer parader, and today it goes to Marcus Whites. Please congratulate our champion. Congratulations, Marcus. And once again, they have received the association sash, which was presented by Mr. Terry Ryan. Our reserve champion school lead steer today, once again sponsored by Nutrient Ag Solutions today, goes to Kaylin Barber. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Marcus Whites and Kaylin Barber on the winning of the champion and reserve champion school lead steer today. Parader. I'll now just ask Julie Sheehan if she would like to comment on our championship class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly has been a challenging afternoon for us, and I've drawn the short straw. Angus, I'm showing my age now, I have judged Angus back in the day when he was not very old and put him up in quite a few occasions. I was very impressed with his parading prowess and just good all-round cattle knowledge. So I've drawn the short straw, and what we wanted to really reiterate is just what a tremendous lineup of young people that we have out here in front of us, and to commend the people behind the scene, the schools, the teachers, the families, the people that donate their cattle. I did also want to mention it is a bit disappointing actually that the rest of the schools and the rest of the kids aren't here to see this. For those that are dead set keen on wanting to learn, it would have been really lovely for them to show their support to their fellow competitors, and also to potentially learn a little bit more and to witness, these guys in the championship part of this competition. But all in all, Angus and we deliberated. It was one of those things, again, consistency is key of bringing your top game all the time while you're out here in front of us. So congratulations to the young fellow on top. His animal wasn't the perfect animal. It really gave him a bit of grief in the earlier classes out here, and he kept his cool, great hands, really good presence, and everything was right about it. As I mentioned earlier, there's no such thing as perfect, as my lovely husband will keep reminding me, but this young fellow, he was consistent and kept his cool and was a really great hand to have in a ring. The girl that we've given the reserve to was his second place in that same class. Again, it was all about consistency. She kept her cool, lovely hands, good lead, short, stood her animal up. Didn't have the biggest animal in the class that stood out previously, but just did the job, got it done, kept her cool, and just was on the money each and every time that we checked. And when she was here, she was working for it. She didn't give up, or she didn't even probably think that she potentially was in the running until, the first one came up, but she worked to the end. And as some of you would have potentially heard me earlier, it's so much about not just in this ring for this moment. It's about parading that animal and showing it off right to the end. Angus, to the guys in the back there, great job. You really deserve to be here 100%. And to the couple in the front, obviously you've won your classes. You should be so proud of your efforts today. This is the RNA, and you're making amazing memories that you will remember for your life of being able to be here with your cattle. To the young fellow in top, my goodness, I know your bull was just an absolute delight to watch, and I know he's an absolute champion for you, but you did an outstanding job. You didn't take your eye off me, and you're only pipped today as Angus and I really wanted to make effort to you. You were the youngest in the group. You did a fantastic job, and there's only little tiny things that we picked up on that just didn't quite get you there today, but we have no doubt that you will be here again in years to come and not too far at all. And I think he needs an extra scoop of feed because he is an absolute corker, that bull. He looked after you so well. So congratulations and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please put your hands together for our two over judges today, Mr. Angus Haynes and Miss Julie Sheehan. We've got through just on 240 odd paraders, so a very big afternoon for them. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude this evening's judging. Obviously, just like to thank once again Nutrient Ag Solutions for their sponsorship and continued sponsorship of the Young Paraders competition here at the RNA. Also like to thank all our teachers and parents and supporters who have been here to get these cattle ready. You're all right to leave the ring, Young Paraders.
At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer. We are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us. At Acme Australia, we are a specialist agricultural insurer dedicated to farmers and their communities, taking the time, knowing your farm, to be there when adversity strikes. This is your journey. Take the next step with us.